Hello, hello. How is it going? Hello, hello. Alright, sorry, echo. How is it going? Hello, hello. Alright, sorry, echo. How is it going? Hello, hello. Sorry, that'll lie in a second. How is it going? Hello, hello. Sorry, that'll lie in a second. How is it going? Hello, hello. Sorry, that'll lie in a second. How is it going? Hello, hello. Sorry, that'll lie in a second. Okay, sorry. Let's Is that working? Right. I'm not getting the echo now. I had it open in 3 different places, which would be why. Gotta mute them all. Okay. How's this face tracker going? Move over here, it moves away. Cool. Right. Let's see, we're gonna make this text a little bit bigger. That'll do. Any bigger and I can't see what's going on. And let's just make sure that we've mentioned this everywhere. So it looks like we're live on Twitch. Looks like we're live on YouTube and Entropy. Awesome. Very cool, very cool. Let's just bring that up. Yep, looks like we're live. Okay. And let me quickly put in. Just grab that link quickly. Sorry, first time I have done any streaming on YouTube, so just working out how this is supposed to work. That's still muted.
It's my first time at CPPCon.
Shush. Don't want you. Okay, got that link. Alright. Is it entropy.live, I think? Entropy.live. Just bring open a new tab. Entropystream.live / cool. I'll just put that up in the Handmade Network while we wait for a couple people to join us. Recording. Sweet. Okay, let's have a look. Have we got anyone in chat? Say hello if you're out there. Auto mod. Yep. Live on Twitch. Cool. And I've got a couple things in the post that should be upgrading my stream situation pretty soon. Getting an HDMI thing for a GoPro for another angle, and just to make use of the physical space, I think might do a little stream with over here the Novation Launchpad, which is basically just a bunch of MIDI buttons, but they also light up in a few different colors. So I thought I might make a stream basically turning that into a useful tool for streaming, just as a play around. And because we can interact with OBS through sockets or as a C plugin, haven't decided which we want to do yet, we can maybe use WhiteBox in developing a stream for streaming WhiteBox, which could be fun. Right. Not sure if we have anyone. It says we got an extra user in chat, but they're not showing up for me in this view. There's 3 people here, but I can't see anyone. So do say hi in the chat if you're there. Anyway, I think we'll get started. So, not doing anything completely groundbreaking today. Basically, just getting the tests that we run to be a little bit more comprehensive. So currently, we basically test to see whether the output is valid, i.e. whether any assertions hit, any nulls get hit, that kind of thing. But we're not actually doing any testing for correctness per se, other than the assertions, which will occasionally do some kind of obvious checks. So that's what we're going to do today. And the main instigation for this is that I've noticed that some of the results on Linux don't look quite right. So, first of all, let's run some tests, and I'll show you what they look like on Windows, and then on Linux. So for Linux, we're going to be using Hyper-V Manager, Hypervisor, and we've got this set up so that it'll connect directly with the file system from Windows. All right, I think that's. Let's see if I move that over there. If I switch into Linux, it auto switches to my left screen. Excellent. Okay. So I've got 2 monitors here, and got OBS set up to switch between them. So nothing exciting happening there. Let's see. So as soon as we change directory, it loads everything, and this is the normal directory we have on Linux. I'm going to get this building on Linux because it's a little bit slow. We're in the process of making a new build system for WhiteBox, but for the moment, we've just got our Python build script. So change to build Linux, Python 3, build.py, and we'll just double check that builds. It does not. Okay, that's easy enough to change. That was just we made I made the byte type. It was just a type def for unsigned cars, but it is now a struct of an unsigned car, which basically just means that it's a distinct type, basically, which is slightly less convenient, but in some ways it's what you want, just to avoid some stupid errors. And it's basically when you want, really what you want is a void star. You're like talking about some arbitrary buffer of memory, but you don't want to be able to void star. If you pass any pointer, it automatically gets converted. And sometimes you don't want to do that. You want to indicate that it's some buffer of some sort, arbitrary buffer, but make sure that any pointers that are passed are intentional. So 896. Remind me later. Just the same for that. Yeah, just to be helpful, we've got insta breakpoint here is an enum value, and then we have os.insta breakpoint, which is that as a byte in our operating system struct. So while it's doing that, let's bring up testing. How are we doing for lighting, by the way? Oh, hello. We have Bare Metal Baron. Hey, Spencer. Mr. Shelby, not AMR Beast Contest, and Tarius Python. Hey, Jack. Hey, Loom. So this, yeah, cool. So let me just, I'm not 100% sure that my OBS things are working properly. So let me bring this up on my phone. Which I have absolutely nailed with 1% battery. Henry's streaming at the moment as well. Which, cool. Right, we're up there. So when we run tests, it just goes through our basic test suite. But there is a problem with the initial startup. The first time you run it on, that it's pretty slow getting inclined to initialize itself. So I'm thinking at some point we might just get it to compile some dummy thing in the background just to get it hot. You know, you've got to flirt a bit with LLVM to get it ready. Can't just jump straight into it, it's rude. So, running successfully. And that's just running on this. So we have a bunch of files, and in each of those files we have a function, sometimes a couple of functions, and then we have a bunch of tests that reference these files just by index. And to be honest, it's maybe not worth having these as separate files. It might be worth just putting the file name directly there, just for the sake of keeping it in a single place. Anyway, so we run the function with some parameter. This is just what would go in the function caller. And then we have a position in the file, which is just the selection. So it's simulating what the cursor is doing. So today I have, for drinks, we've got coffee, we have just some water, and of course we have a little bit of jasmine tea in the Japanese teapot. Just to stay fully hydrated. Very nice. Okay. Let's see. Okay, this face tracker is a little bit janky. All right. So we basically we run the tests, We set any objects that need to be set. That's like .obj file or .o if you're on Linux. We change the editor. Let's change that to test editor. We give it the an edit file, which is really the actual file. As a I'm not going to go into why that's separate. We set the selection, set the function caller, and then we run code like normal. And then we just do the GUI thing here, just so that if anything, basically just so that it does the classic TV thing of updating as it's going, so that you can kind of see what's going on and see if there's anything obvious going wrong. Now, hopefully you can see the Linux thing now. So if we do build Linux, WhiteBox, and tests, even though it's on a VM, for some reason it is actually faster in Linux, which is kind of crazy. However, I'm pretty sure for a couple of those, if you were paying very close attention, you could see it was actually getting garbage data. And we don't want that. We want people getting useful data. Spence, just catching up on the stream, watching the VOD up to now. Oh boy, that was quite an echo. Yeah, it was, that's what happens when you have three things playing all slightly out of sync all at once and then getting fed back into themselves. So it's a good luck. Okay. So the debug situation on Linux was greatly improved when Next put out the free tool GF, which is just a wraparound GDB, but it's very nice, and it's if you're used to MSVC Visual Studio, then you'll be fairly well at home here. And on Linux, on Windows, of course, we're using Remedy most of the time, which is George Menhorn, I believe is his name. Yeah, George Menhorn, X13 pixels, his debugger, which is super duper fast. And then if we need to look at if we need to look at any assembly code, basically, we'll do that with MSVC. Or if we need to run JIT functions from the watch window, then we'll use Visual Studio as well, because as far as I'm aware, that hasn't been added to Remedy yet. But for everyday stuff, it is super snappy. Right, anyway, so we've got GF2. Let's load file WhiteBox. No working directory. File build Linux WhiteBox. Okay, we want to break and run tests. We want to do. It's been a little while since I've used this. So R for run, and then we can pass any arguments we want. R run tests. Cool, and we're broken here. Just what we want. So let's just step through. Interesting. It's always bad when stuff breaks inside LLVM. And I don't know whether it's a VM thing or a Linux thing, but we do occasionally just get like random errors that don't occur elsewhere. But they only seem to happen in a debugger. Like it gets tripped up when it's in debugger, but not when it's running normally. I'm just going to continue running and see if that's okay. Okay, let's run that again. Check a breakpoint at the loop here. WhiteBox is open there. There we go. Okay, let's just move this to the side, and we'll move that to the side. It's not responding because we're doing stuff with it, but that's fine. Wait. Well, that's interesting. It like plays with the highlight plays with stuff a bit. It doesn't seem to happen in the other one. Right, let's find something that was fairly obviously wrong. I believe it was the malloc one that was consistently wrong. But I can't open that. Okay. See if we can get one that's consistently wrong that we can observe just without opening anything. Okay. Just jump through these special return type things. We're now handling user assertions, which is always fun. Just getting a bit more robust. We probably want to add some extra visual information as to like this actually didn't return, it's just a hard stop, but we haven't done that yet. Okay. Okay, that still looks right. It's actually a terrible problem when things actually work how you want them to. Local string, local string. Okay, let's just run it manually on test.malloc.c. I'm pretty sure it's this one. Right, just double check OBS, check everyone's happy. You can see that the chat's coming through there. Okay, cool. Have we got anyone watching on YouTube, or is everyone on Twitch currently? Anyway, let's... Right. Is it set args to 0 to clear? And then run again. Cool, yeah. Just refamiliarizing myself with GF. Okay, so let's just do the stupid simple thing. We'll connect and we'll have a look at I. Well, that is somewhat disappointingly correct. Let's just change that just because we can. We'll save. Save. We can't save. Okay, so a couple of users have mentioned this before, and I've never actually been able to reproduce it until now. Actually, no, this is probably not that. This is because this is a VM thing, and I need to quit Vim before, because you need to reload the file system for it to work. Right, let's ignore all that. We just want to get something where we can consistently make an error, because that will make testing it a lot easier. So to see if we can actually do the wrong thing. So source. Have I done that? Edge plugins, WhiteBox Vim, plugin WhiteBox Vim. Cool. We will run WhiteBox. It's currently configured so that when your editor closes or disconnects from WhiteBox, WhiteBox closes. But that's not necessarily a hard and fast statement. Okay, so that's correct. We'll save that. And it's still correct. Okay. How about passing in 0? Let's change that to passing in some actual value. Okay, it looks like it actually does. Well, that's disappointing. It's actually working as intended. Hopefully we can get this done to the fail. So we need to set this to some number other than whatever. And I think yeah. So that is a problem. That's incorrect. And let's bring it up on Windows and just see whether we have the same thing going on, which I don't think we do. Okay, so bring up another set GUI font to size 14. We will, no, not Visual Studio. Go away, Visual Studio. No one wants you. Remedy. Wait, have I got OBS to look at the left or right screen with Remedy? Left. Okay, cool. Right, Remedy. We will just check that we're running the right thing. Build function history. That's fine. So let's run WhiteBox, and yeah, we've got some debug stuff on that's taking a little while. And we'll run a new thing. So e test / test malloc.c. And we'll connect to WhiteBox. So we have this garbage data. Interestingly, this is set to natural value first and then gets cleared. That's fine though. That's kind of technically correct. The best kind of correct, of course. What was this before? Signify hunk undo. Cool. Yeah, and this is another bug we need to fix. This file edit times don't match thing. But one thing at a time. Okay. So we change into this. Let's just disconnect. Disconnect. Run it again. WhiteBox connect. That's another error that seems to only happen when debugging. Okay. Right. So sorry for the slow thing there, but let's set that to 6 and that. Oh, not that. That's 6 and that to 6. Okay. Okay, so we're getting the wrong data here as well. Or not so much wrong data, just no data, as it says. But if we look at what happens if we okay, so now we're getting something set. Interesting. Right, and then if we delete that again, does it go back to no data? It does. I wonder whether there's some backhanded optimization going on. I said don't color my things, but maybe even then. So, I mean, it's definitely returning some weird like combination of things going on. So we've got this pointer here, which is the same as the pointer getting returned, and we can see that the value for that is actually being shown, but like at least for the first element, but it's not appearing in this array. As soon as let's try that again. The sorry, my keywords acting up a bit. As soon as we actually reference it though, then it starts to work. And yeah, I know that continually having to set that to be 6 again is a faff that we need to fix. We do have some UX things to improve on. Anyway, so the point now is not so much to fix this, but to make it obvious that it happened. The fact that it's happening on Windows is great because it means that I don't have to go through the Linux VM. So we'll stick with Windows. That's always easier. Right, hello Taco Tuesday 7313, and hello X000 and LoriPub. Welcome to the channel. Welcome to the stream. Hope everyone having a great day. Anyone joined us on YouTube yet? I'm kind of intrigued. No. Okay. Stay quiet, don't do anything. Yeah, good. Okay. Anyway, sorry, what was it in? To do D anything shows as no data unless something is referenced here. This is despite the deref of the return showing a value presumably there's some optimization going on that we want to disable. Cool. So we've got that hidden, and we're back to no data. Cool. Right. We've got a test case, and we've got something that consistently goes wrong. Good start. Time to pour some jasmine tea, and I recommend you all grab a drink as well. Chin chin. If you have any questions at any point, don't necessarily have to be on topic for this stream, at least. We're pretty casual. Yeah, just chuck them in chat and I'll do my best to answer them. Okay, so let's see. We'll close the Linux VM. We don't want that open at the moment. And we're going to set our tests setup. Where is this? Malloc int function. Oh, we don't actually got it currently. Yeah, I think I need to change this to referencing file names directly, because we only ever do each one a couple of times. It's no big deal. And we can just check whether it's the same as the last one. It's just not worth having it separate. Do I want to do that now? No. Right. Test malloc. It was this malloc array function. And just get put the cursor at the end, 35. That'll do. Okay, so we have the capacity to only run a single test. I'm not going to update all the indices, but we know that this is index 20. So rather than run tests, we can just do run test 20. A question from Spence. Could you be more British? He never heard the term faff until recently. Yeah, it's a good one. No. I'm sure I could. I'm sure I could if I really tried. Alright, so I'm going to bring Remedy up. Just change the session to run test 20. Nope. 20. Go on. It's too fast for us to see. Let's put the open up test.c. Run tests. We want to put it just after the GUI is run. Oh, I need to actually compile it. That would help, wouldn't it? Doi. Faff is a great word. Just gotta stop faffing about. And for some reason, the timeline has fucked itself. Cool. I guess the more British term for that would be it's buggered itself, but we like to cater to an international audience here. Okay, we can't actually see that it's going wrong. If I run this a couple of times, is it going to do exactly the same thing? Or is it going to sort itself? That's another thing to fix. Okay. Anyway, so basically what we're going to want to do is have another thing here. We've got this data, which is for just checking the return type for stuff. And we probably want to either expand that or add another feature similar to that that allows you to check internal data. Now, I guess one question here is, do we want to try and do this through data directly, or do we want to have it running through a function? I guess we'll just run it through a function initially, and then see if that neatly abstracts into running through data. And yeah. So obviously with a function you can be far more flexible, but with data it's much, well, first of all it can go inline with the struct here because we don't have lambdas because we're writing C, and it's also much more concrete. There's much less ambiguity in what's going on. You can just kind of skim over it rather than having to pretend to be a compiler and computer in your head. So we're going to return if we succeeded. We're going to call it a function test, or a test. Test check function, something like that. probably going to have to take an app pointer. That might be enough. What do we have access to here? App. Yeah, so like one option here is we could have a function per thing that we're checking and just do it custom, or we could do the other end of the spectrum is have one function that does all of them and just pass in data that demonstrates which bits we need to check, or somewhere in the middle where you have a few different varieties of functions and a data that corresponds for each. Okay, so I quite like, I don't know if you've seen this before, this allows you to pre-declare the function just with the type def type. So test check, or if I do it as void there, then sorry, do it like that, test check. If I compile now, you will see I might actually get rid of that because it's not used. Oh no, it's because C's empty parens is anything. Yeah, so if you give it the wrong format here, you can see that it's actually making sure that it's the right type. And that is occasionally useful. The alternative to this is doing like a macro thing. The problem with the macro thing is that you can't actually see what the function is doing at the location that it's, you can't see its parameters here. So we're doing 20. I'm going to use some of the designated initializer stuff here. What have we called it? So test check function, it's a pointer. I like to keep the pointer visible here rather than putting it into the type def, because it means you can scan your eye over the struct and see how big it's going to be, and the pointer is always the same size. So a function pointer test check. Check. It's obviously a test. So we can reference it with .check equals, now we just called it test check, didn't we? Yeah. Okay, so we have the basic function here. We're going to call it after the function runs, or it's just going to be part of this error check, or run dot check and run dot check app. Yeah, that seems neat enough. Obviously, the nice thing about lambdas is that you can put them inline, whereas with C functions, unless you use some different extensions, they all have to be in global scope. I would like to be able to have inline functions that would just declared locally, even without having like captured variables or anything. I.e. just functions, not closures. And I know Odin has that, and I'm sure Zig does as well. But we're working with C for the moment, so we'll do what we can. Now, I'm going to get rid of this. I'm used to having 3 things open because I have a big screen here, but while I have the text size massive, having it in 2 is actually a bit nicer. So we already have a function for getting data. And we use that. var something sample index out variable value. That seems kind of what we want, but we're not outputting it. We want to get it. Push var sample index. Type die index. Huh, interesting. Well, I'm not even using that there. Okay. Okay, so we need to get the... So we have an app, which is kind of... The application is structured hierarchically, so if you have the app, you can get everything inside it, basically. So the app has inside it the function map. And I think this might change, but there should only be one function. Anyway, it will it'll assert if that's not the case, so we can handle it then. So function equals app func map dot vals. Sorry, arrow vals. So this little trick here, using an array of one thing, means that you can treat it as a pointer all the time. Just means that if you change from putting it in a passing it as a pointer from addressing it directly, you can always talk about it in the same way, and so you don't have to end up like going back over your code and changing lots of arrows to dots, and vice versa. So we're going to get that. We're going to get the function object from the function. Did I have a particular way of doing this? Function. Just function obj. We don't want any of the history currently. Okay. So we've got our function object, we've got our variables. Now we want to do this for, what variable was it? Malloc. We want to look at variable d, because we only have one variable. Now vars is a dynamic array, which means it has a header just before the pointer with the size and capacity. So that should be a pointer. I'm going to look through each, and if string equals just var.die.name. I haven't interacted with this part of the codebase for a little while, so I'm a little bit unfamiliar with some of it. Die name. Dwarf die has a name. Yeah, okay, cool. And it's just a char string rather than one of our internal string types. So vars var index string equals var die.name d. Obviously this will get abstracted a bit in a sec. Then we want to actually do the bits that we're testing. So we've got the variable, got the die. Die is short for dwarf. Debug information entry. Not just being very aggressive. Right. Sample index. That is a good question, and I think that is something we can only know through looking at it. Hey, I am Blamey, how you doing? Sorry, and by looking at it, I mean running the thing and seeing what sample stuff should happen at. I'm going to guess 8 to begin with. There's some stuff that we can work out programmatically, and there's some stuff that we have to actually put in as human authored. Okay, we've got function object, we've got variable index, we have sample index. This scope thing just means we push some data, we do the stuff, and then we pop the data at the end. It's a wraparound, a for loop, basically. Or a one iteration for loop. Scope depth. I don't really care about that. Because we don't actually, we're not putting it out. Okay. I'm going to start with a true result. And then basically we're going to AND that with something, some partial result. And so basically if that's ever incorrect, then this whole thing fails. Okay. I should probably add a flag for if tests fail. Do I want to assert on them, or do I want to just log them? Again, future. Let's make a note of that. Okay. Okay, we got okay. Now the thing is, we don't actually want to look at D per se. We want to look at a dereference for it. So we also want to do some kind of internal push something else. And one of the nice things about this little structure here is that we can push as many times as we want onto this arena, and it'll always get popped back to the same place. We don't have to keep pushing and popping. Yeah, so we're basically getting the address of that variable. We're pushing that, and then we're getting some data from that. Okay. Cool. Right. I actually do want to get type information. Dwarf die in dwarf die. I think it's just type. Pass in the dies. We pass in the thing we want. Die, and whether we want just the it's an optional output parameter of another type die. Okay. Now, what we want here is the inner type die, which is basically the type of the type. Yeah, this kind of structure where it's a pointer type, and the pointer type is to a base type, or whatever the structure ends up being. Dwarf type. And I want these passed through. Basically, like, do you want to have to deal with const types as a separate thing? We don't really care about any of those at the moment for this particular thing. So inner type die. Type die, I want to pass through type die. Do we care about the type die index? I don't think we do. No. Okay, so let's just shorten this slightly. Okay. So string equals inner type die name, and that should be double. Okay. So we've got the inner type, so we need to push some more data. We want, I think it's dwarf type size, yeah. This we need the type. Type index. Now, really, this was before we had stable pointers as a assumption you could make. So we have both passing like data and passing an index, because obviously the index is stable if you reallocate stuff. Whereas if this was just a pointer, this whole API would get simplified a bit. But that's by the by for the moment. Dwarf size. I don't actually know whether I need to do that here or let's find out though. So we have push var out variable value. We get the location. Right, yeah, that's a good point. We want subvar len size, not the type size. Subvar len size accounts for type size, and that means because this is an array, we should be getting the entire array and not just the first element of it. Yeah. Come on. That could just go off to the side as a kind of another column. So it doesn't really break the flow of the code you're looking at. So we've got subvars. Do I want the index or the pointer to that mostly? Looks like the index. Var subvar index, yep. Right. Data size called sub var len size subvars, and then var subvar index. Yeah, that's right. Data size, yeah. We have the address because that's what D is. D is a pointer. So we want to assert. I don't know why I copied that. That type die dot tag equals DW tag pointer type. we want to get, we've already pushed some data. Byte star D pointer. I think this is, we've used all that now. Just clean up a bit as we go. Okay, so we don't want the types anymore. Okay, we've got data size. Yeah, so arena push size function object arena data size. The array. And let's see. I want to copy into the array. We've got a sample index already set up here. We don't need to change that. We've got data size here. Got the address is at D pointer. So we need to, this is double okay, we've got data size, we have function object run data, that looks right. Data intern.c. Okay. Got the run data, we've got the pointer, we've got data size, sample index, and we've got some data for it to go into. Okay. We'll just keep this as a check, but it's not actually needed. So bar length size. All right, let's see what that looks like. If we actually run this. So dies passed in as well. Okay. That's just a U pointer. Okay, it's a little unwieldy, but so we can just do that. Okay, let's bring up Remedy. Sorry, goodbye, Visual Studio. I'll go to set a breakpoint test check. These can all go. And let's try running that and see. Okay, so we hit the breakpoint. Very nice. We can see that we've got the data up, and then now we can have a look through. So that's great. Oh, OBS is telling me something's wrong. Let's have a look. What was that? No? Okay, it disappeared. I mean, it looks like we're still live. Okay. Twitch is still going, YouTube's still going, HP is still going. Okay, I'm going to assume we're fine. Sorry about that. Let's have a look back at Remedy. And let's see. Okay. Okay, so we found our D variable. Let's just do locals. What's it called? What is it? Underscore locals, okay. Okay. Right, so we've got type die, disappointer, sample index, whatever. In a type die to base. Name is double. Yep, good. Okay. Data size is 8. Does that sound right? So that's the size of a double. It's also the size of a pointer. I'm not entirely sure whether that's correct. Sub. Let's have a look. Type die index dies 1. I think we want the child, really, don't we? Anyway, that's correct for the moment. Okay, just make a note of that. We've got the data size. Do we have some data? So it says we're okay. And why have I made that a byte star? I should just make it a double star. And that, yeah. recompile that, put a breakpoint here, and rerun. Sorry, I didn't actually recompile because I'm being an idiot. Okay, run that again. Okay, so it thinks we got some data correctly. Okay, that's at sample 8. That might actually be right, because that's here. Yeah, so let's try like 25 or something. Okay, let's run that. .14 malloc array function 3.146. So that's correct. Correct. Let's just do this kind of manually for the moment, and actually say that this is size of double times 6. Let's just get all of them. Okay. D-array like 6. So that's just at that point in time. Now, if it turns out that this is, I guess there's a few places that this error could be happening, right? Whether it's like a capturing issue or a replay issue or a GUI issue. Those are the kind of the main classes, I think. It's all very well having captured the right data if you can't show it to someone. It's not really that useful. Okay, let's just try like .60, rerun that. Yeah, so that's working. We're getting that. Okay. Let's think. So one possibility that's coming to mind, it seems unlikely, but it's possible, is that the when we go through and check all of the data, hey Skytress, funky webcam camera. It's theoretically supposed to be face tracking me, but it's not super successful. Yeah, so when we record data, we recurse down the tree of values, and it's possible we're not collecting that final, going down that final stage unless there's some other variable that very explicitly does it. But I'm pretty sure that that got hammered out ages ago. And it's annoying that this is not showing the entire thing, because I want it to be I want it to be visible so I can check this data against what the GUI is showing. I guess we can see here that this D is visible. Like we can see internal data for that, so that's kind of good. But we want, wait, let's definitely doing the right one. malloc array function, right? Malloc array function, yeah. Okay. Let's pull this out and just do like print the data and put it in a normal running function that we can call at any time. But before we do that, I'm going to have a quick break because my girlfriend's just got home. I'm going to go say hi. I recommend everyone go get a drink, move around a bit, and I will see you back here in a sec. Hello, I am back. How's everyone doing? All still here? Stream's still up, volume's still working. That looks like it's still working. Excellent. Cool. Hey, Fmongo. How you doing? What is everyone else working on this weekend? Right, where do we get to? So we've got this. Got an array of doubles. Now let's just print it out. Range. From 0 to 6. What are we saying? Okay, so let's double check that works, and then we'll move that into the normal code. Oh yeah, right. So that's compiled. Rerun to there. And run to there. Let's just check our thing. So 3.14, whatever. Okay. Would it be useful to actually have this as an internal thing where you can just like query a thing, we'll be doing that at some point. Skytrias working on some deadlines for Todool. Awesome. What? As in adding the feature of deadlines to Todool, or working to a deadline. I'm assuming the former. Very cool. How much have you played with like Emacs's org mode? Because I feel like you're getting to a similar feature set to them. Right, let's call this from somewhere else. So just make sure, try to avoid this crashing. So we'll do the loop, try update for target, try running, and then test check. Alright, it's in a different place, but we can just pre-declare it. Right, want to get rid of run tests, and we just want to do it manually. So just going to be dumping loads. Okay. Right. So, with Emacs org mode, yeah, it's like their outliner thing where they added a bunch of you know, like scheduling and deadlines and all that fun stuff, but it's all in a text file, and it suffers a bit because of it. Features like text stuff, tables, whatever. Yeah, clocking, deadlines, yeah, tasks and stuff. It's quite good. I used org mode for a little bit. I used Emacs a little bit exclusively to use org mode before I made my own little text format for Vim, which I kind of want to make into a binary format at some point. But yeah. Anyway, so I guess that's kind of interesting that we've got, like, we are collecting valid information here, but we can't see it here. And also, like, we obviously have data here, but we're saying that we don't have data. No data, no data, no data. Okay, so good component. We have the data. Bad component. Harder to test. Now it might just mean that we fix it once with whatever's going wrong and then it doesn't show up again. But if it does, then we can't really check. We don't have the automated check that I was hoping for. Time for a little bit more jasmine tea. Refreshing. Okay. So I guess rather than working on test harness, I actually do want to be debugging now. And I think what this calls for is, like, I was going to say we want some better debug views, but like this is kind of the obvious debug view that you'd use even for the internals of this. So we're going to use item picker. It has the advantage that you can click on stuff and have it automatically break as it gets run. So we can have a look at what is going on there. Leaf node string. We're in this data tree row. Change values. Now, am I already passing in values here? Yeah, vals. Okay, let's have a look at them. So we're only looking at one value because we're not, the cursor isn't in a loop. Expression. So that is the address that we'd expect. That's the oh wait. Is this a union? I hope this is a union, otherwise this is way wrong. I'm pretty sure it is. Expr up, let's just double check that. You don't want this as an index when you have like 5 things going on. Union of var index proc header offset and member die pointer. Cool. Okay. Val strings, that's already been set here. Well, hello Henry and 44 Raiders. How you doing, guys? Welcome to my first ever multi-stream. I'm currently on Twitch and YouTube and Entropy. So for this stream, I'm currently working on fixing, or at least improving, the situation surrounding some pointer values showing up as no data, despite the fact that I actually have those data available. Let me show you what I mean. So it's unbreak from remedy, and if you have a look here, we can see. I'll just show you what the code is running. All right, this is the code. And in WhiteBox, we have D here, this pointer array. Point it to an array. And we just set it with a bunch of data. Doesn't really matter what. But importantly, we're getting this showing up as no data, which is not great. Even though we obviously have the data available, because in the dref sample, it's showing us something. And in this, we just read a little debug loop, and that's showing us, again, that we also have data there. So, where are we? We are looking at, basically, why is that getting set to no data when we have data available? So we have this data tree row that is fed by, whenever you have stuff selected in the console, it pauses everything in the actual application, which is occasionally quite off-putting. So we're going to item picker, let's do that one. In fact, I don't actually want to do that. I want to do the one before. Break on that. Really useful feature for data item GUI. And in data tree, we want to break the next time we hit the values. Right. Step in here. Okay. Alright, let's have a quick step through here. And let's see what we're looking at. Is there anywhere obvious? You know what would be really useful here is some kind of timeline tool that shows the entire stretch of values. But unfortunately, got to debug it first. Die, source, hit, run data, blah, 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 yeah. Okay, data size, just the size of a double currently. And we push that twice. Baron, what do you miss? So it's showing no data. We have definitely we're definitely recorded the right data, which means it's not getting optimized out by the compiler, and it is getting seen when it's run. It's just somewhere in the translation from capturing to showing it to the user. We have a bug, which means that the testing, there's no need to test so that it's got the right value, because we do actually have the right value. It's just showing the right value. Or at least this is not a good example for making that work properly. GUI data tree changes. Okay, yeah, we have one source hit because we're not inside a loop. OX50, whatever, that's fine. Print index is source hit index. Source hit index is greater than data tree range n. It is not. That's fine. Sample source hit sample of index is that. Okay. All right. This is a slightly complex piece of code, if I remember correctly. So we have all of this rubbish. Get some all the memory allocation stuff. We have still only one index. We're looking at that sample, OX50. Okay, expression eval. Let's have a look at the expression list. How's your stream been going, Henry, if you're still here? A little bit of jasmine tea. Hope you've all got a good drink. So we have two things in this. Which, unsurprisingly, is the variable itself, which is a pointer, and a dereference. Okay, what do we get as a result of that? Come on. Okay. Alright, print index is greater than 0. Alright, we don't need to do that. Null derefs, this is infinite looping. That's not an issue for the moment. One past the next change. So we're starting with 0. So this is where we turn it into a string. Let's just work our way backwards from there. So our expression strings. Yeah, we're taking in expression address, intern data 0, source hit sample index. So expression eval next. Change sample index 0 address inaccessible. Awesome, awesome. Right, let's have a look at intern data and see if we've actually got anything. Okay. Right. Well then. Oh, camera's just died. Cool. One sec, let me fix that. back to OBS, one sec. Alright, well that seems to have successfully died. Task failed successfully. I'll try a different battery. Currently my plug to battery converter thing is on the fritz. There we go, zooming back out to my face. How exciting. We're back. Back, baby. Okay, right, I guess we're gonna have to have a look here. What can we do to just confine this to this particular run? Expression list, expression changes out. Can we say okay. Extra list 0 kind equals expr up var and expr list 0 var index equals 2 and expr list 1 kind equals expr up dref. Okay. Let's see. What else can we get from this? Expr. Right, so here we go. Unknown address, 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 address. Unknown. We want to get before it's inaccessible. So when it's inaccessible, what else can we see? Change sample index next. Can we, let's have a look up. Use one of Remedy's lovely features where you can look up the stack as well. What's the syntax for this? GUI data tree values, expression GUI main, GUI data tree, data tree iterator. Expression string. Yeah, when sorry, just going to narrow this down. Hopefully you can still do this in this thing, which I think you can. It express string data 0 equals star. Yeah, it's not doing it, is it? Expra it. Sorry, I'm aware this is not riveting. Hello, I am Blamey. How you doing, man? Or woman? Or other? How you doing? Let's see. Let's see. What function are we in? GUI data value source set. Just spam myself, DDoS myself with too many windows. Seems like a great idea. Val use source hit. Can I ask you to check a Reddit post? 1 minute. Trying to get upvotes. I think it's in your interest. About Casey Muratori. Maybe. I'll see what it's about. I'm hesitant. This is let's see. Oh right, requesting Casey on Lex Friedman, is it? link's not working for me. Yeah, for whatever reason the link isn't working for me. I'll find it after them. But I mean, I always enjoy Casey's interviews with people, so I'm sure I'd be up for that. Sorry, right, back to the code. Let's reval next. Yeah, run expression address current. Oh, okay. It's one of the more complicated functions in the entire program. So cool. Right, we want to do it when it address dot kind equals expr up inaccessible. Let's see what else we can see when that's the case. Okay. So we've got a couple of different proc addresses going on here. 133.133. Okay. So let's track this back. Can I move this and keep the I can't. Okay. Well, let's just copy that. So let's just run to there. Right, so this is if searching for chain sample index. I mean, yeah, that. Are we just not looking at the right sample? This may turn out to be one of those things where, like, you wonder how the program was ever running with whatever mistake is there. I think I want to make a custom expression evaluator. As in a GUI thing that can look at these. Sample index. I mean, like, it's correct that it's inaccessible at certain points. And then we leave. We pop. Alright, this is just a completely different part of the code. Cool. I don't want to be looking at that. Call stack. Timeline. I want it to be when I'm in a data tree. Change sample index 0. Change sample index 4. Pop out. Change sample index next 4. Change sample index 4. Why are we doing this? One plus the next change during both. Using the earlier one. One plus the next change during both. Why? Why are we doing this? Right, we want to be looking at 52, but we're not looking anywhere near it. Why? So we're just doing stuff that's less than that. Less than or equal to that. Eval next. I remember writing this initially and not being particularly happy with it. So reads, yep, could separate, yeah. These just API to do's without using the double data store. It's at least twice. Like, why am I doing this in a loop? Why am I not just loading what's there at that particular index, like that particular sample? Like, I have a function that just takes that just gets the sample index. Export result. Run expression. X from next. X for eval. Okay, it just keeps running that. Sample index. Expert op next, not expert eval next. Okay. So we're presumably doing expert eval multiple times during this, yeah. So I'm both using the earlier one. Is that in order to get whether or not it's changing? Okay. Okay. This is way more complicated than I want it to be. So we actually already have this. Can this be done with the iteration below? So what's it, sample index? And that's where we get 52. Sorry, that's not where we get 52. I do not like this code. Do not like this code at all. Wait. What the fuck is this for? Add a little debug thing. Okay, so I'm gonna make another copy of these. Push join debug strs null data val strings GUI push t strings. That we're getting that from intern data. Push size. Right, these are getting set up here into just G scratch stack data size. So I'll make this into a little scope thing. I wouldn't normally bother doing the pushing and popping, but this is happening in a loop, so might have quite a lot. So we're going to push some data. We do extra eval here. Out export eval. String debug strings, yeah. Right, val strings is s, and then expert whatever. So rather than let's have a look. Let's have a look at what this is doing. So we're going to take the other expression that we've got from our regular expression eval. That's going to go into debug data, source hit sample index. Where's that getting? That is the right one, I think. Yeah. Source hit sample index, strings out, that's fine. Debug strings, take the options, take the function object. Okay. Print out G-scratch stack. Strings join, yep. Take a pointer. Data. I know that he's going to be 0 terminated, so I don't need to worry about that. Right, let's rerun this. That's fine. Okay, we've got too much stuff printing. Let's stop printing this for the moment. Oh, sorry. And top reloading, dead. Okay. Haven't tinkered with the hot reloading for a while, so it's a little bit temperamental. Let's just get it running normally again. Welcome to the Discord server. Blamey and Glog78. Okay, so we run. We have no data. So I guess the obvious thing to say here is that they're different, right? What would be useful to see in an expression evaluation live tool? Don't know. Let's just play with it and see what would be useful as we work on it. Okay. So we want main menu. Let's add a new thing. Show in debug. Could be in internals, but whatever. We want to have inspect expr, that's fine. Expr window. H. show window. Expression window. Expression. Okay. What do we want? What do we want? We want T is what we want. So we're going to take we're going to want a sample index. So size sample index. We're going to want I have forgotten all of imgui's API. Number U32 input. What is it? Input int. That'll do. Sample. GUI. Take the expression sample index. 1, 10, I don't know. None probably. Okay. So you're going to take input, and then we want to actually expression eval. Have I got run here? So we're going to take app. This could be selectable, but not currently. Function map vals 0. if bang function go to expr end. Okay, go to the function object. Function object run data. How is it that I want to construct this thing, huh? Expr eval. Expr eval next. This x was always going to be 0, right? So that always evaluates an address operator. Let's just put in let's just print out the proc address for the moment because we need to actually do some constructing. We need to actually construct how are we going to make this expression. So we can expr to string from expr or x strings is out expr val. Not the val, I want the name of the expression. Data tree works it out. Yeah. And it does it with extra string. Well, what a handy name. Cool. All right. Let's do extra string full. G scratch push. Function object expression. Pointer addr.proc addr. Alright, let's just check that that's working, and then we'll work out how to actually construct an expression. Debug, inspect. Okay. Alright, I think there's a way we can kind of the good syntax for this. So app's definitely valid. Function map is itself valid, but it's let's just check that. App fun map. Yeah, because it's a data. It's an array of 1, so it's always valid. Right, so we want that. No, it's not really. Well, that kind of sucks, doesn't it? Right, app and vowels 0 and function map vowels 0 dot obj. I don't know if there's a better way of doing it than that. How's everyone doing in chat? You having a good Saturday so far? Cheers for hanging around after Henry's stream. Right. Okay, let's rerun this. Debug, inspecting the expression. Okay, that's fine. And let's just add a thing where we say sample index 0. It's really supposed to be a proper, yep. No. Okay. Rerun that. I think I want to get I think I need to add a new startup thing, which is just like, kind of like in tests, but not actually testing it, just running it normally, but in a certain place, to avoid having to do that every time. Not that it's that slow, but when you have to do it every time, it adds up. Okay, debug, inspection, expression. What's wrong now? Expression string full. Okay, because we have an empty expression. Okay, that seems fair. Right. Let's see. For array each, GUI expression up index. Equals x. Okay, so we're going to take the op, and first of all, we're going to print it. What do we have for printing x per op? Up. guess we kind of want just each of these, right? Okay, so let's join them. Okay. So first of all, we're gonna just return the string, and then we're gonna return it. Put a little wrap around. No, go away with that tag bar. I don't want you. No, no, no. G scratch push. And join them. Does that work? Cool. Right. Strings next. Ooh, not that. We want to change you to, and first get the strings expressors full, G scratch push, function object, and -1. Okay, so we're going to take strings full. Right, that's actually going to be a problem, isn't it? I'm going to be back in just a second. I will see you shortly. Don't forget to have a drink, move around, do a couple push-ups, that kind of thing. I will see you in a sec. Hello, hello. How are you? Right. I might just do something more custom. So we have expert up kind Now, one of these is -1, so we've got to be a little bit careful, a little bit tricksy with what we do here. We want to make an array of strings that can work out based on just the type. Expert up kind string back accessible known var address variable address. Oh, my camera just went. Come on, camera, what are you doing? Not looking happy, that's what. Guess that battery's dead. How about you? I need to get my mains thing sorted out again. Alright, I'm just going to disable the battery, I think. Let's just turn that off. Okay. Right, just my sultry tones. No video for now. Address, offset, member, dereference, and then expert up kind strings, const array, and it's global, which is really just static. Global, and then pointer equals address of the first one. Let's see if it'll let me do that. Okay. Okay, fine. Cool. So we can do strings, and then -1 is still valid because we're pointing to this one. So -1 just goes back to here. Up. Okay, so what's next? I want to kind of undo all of this malarkey. I don't want this for the moment. Full. Okay. So we're gonna go, and we're just gonna print for the moment. X for up kind strings up kind. And then I'm gonna switch on up kind, and then replace all commas with colons. Replace colons with colon, new line, no, colon, open brace, new line, close brace, break. Nothing, don't want to do anything with either of those. It's fine. Expression op variable. Oh, we want to be able to change the kind, actually, don't we? Drop down. Drop down. List box. Selectable. Needs to go into the actual in-GUI docs. Table. Combo. Items. Combo items separated by zeros. Let's just go with the basic one for the moment. Big combo string array. Right, and if it gets changed, we want to wait, how do I get which item, current item? Change up kind. Up equal. I'm gonna basically set it to 0. X for up kind equals up kind. Okay, so you don't actually need to do that because it's covered there. Kind expr up kind stirs this is going to get a little bit complicated. String index equals op kind +1 -1 +1 +1 kind equals op string index -1 stir back array n -1 Let's see how that looks once we've closed it. So let's just add files then GUI expr equals 0 array push GUI expr op kind equals expr op var index will equal 0, and that'll be fine and dandy. Okay, let's have a quick check. So we're gonna connect to WhiteBox, debug, inspect. Where's the problem here? Subvar index. Okay, that seems fine. We can handle that. Subvar index equals function obj vars 0 subvar index. Right, internals, no, not that. Debug, inspect expression. val. So what's currently getting... Okay, so that's the name and the pointer. Okay. Why the unknown? Did I do this correctly? Upcoin +1. So it's actually variable. Oh, I didn't actually pass it. That would help. This is how we actually get code that runs. Call it. Okay, variable. That looks more like it. Okay, sample number. We kind of want and then we want to print that thing. I guess we kind of want this to be a table, don't we? GUI table. Egg table. Headers row. Oh wait, no, sorry, that's the final thing. Egg column next. And then What do you want to show? We want to show but this should be editable. So I want that to be input. Input scalar. Just add an ID to that. U64. And that's going to be op var index. I guess we really want to do that with the combo. Combo. Pointer to step. ZU. None is fine. Egg column next. What is it? Egg table next column. So we have kind, we have value, and we will have subvar index, but not for now. Egg table next row. Let's have a look-see. Let's see what it's doing. Okie doke, we're crashing. That's a garbage thingy. Okay, debug. What am I doing? Debug. And vector expression. What was that one? if you change it, then the subvar needs to change. Buzz by index. This is thank you very much. That's a good catch, compiler. We do not want it to be have an empty body. So let's inspect expression. Okay, cool. That's roughly what we want. Cool. That's fine. That can die. 1 second. How is everyone? That's going to become a combo. This is just going to show some text. In text. Proc address. For now, it's going to do the same thing. Member is going to show member die name. That seems reasonable. And let's just okay. Debug. Not special test window. Not my secret special test window. Okay. 1. Cool. I guess the standard way of doing this would be to have something you can actually pass, wouldn't it? But I'm going with the visual approach from the moment to make sure that to avoid any like passing interaction, like weird passing artifacts. Input scalar combo. So what's the difference between a combo and a selectable? Is a combo like the preset one, begin combo? Oh yeah, selectable's like a kind of buttony thing, I think. Double highlights when hovered, yeah. Begin combo. By creating each selectable items. Custom preview value. Okie dokie. If ig begin combo var and then preview values, that's up var index dies dies equals function object dwarf.dies bars bars dot die dot name if ig selectable label selected ig end combo. Okay, that doesn't have to take any arguments. Scoped. No, it's one of the special scope ones, but I can't remember which one it is. So we're going to look at var, we're going to look die.name, and we're going to have combo label preview value flags equals 0. Flags none. For range size index 0 to rate len vars ig selectable label. So vars var index dot die dot name. Var index equals op var index in GUI selectable flags none, in vec to 0. Right, is that going to work? This is selectable. Oh, it needs the C, because this is overloaded. It's got 2 versions here. You can see in the C++, the C version has to have both of those distinguished by the type. Selectable bool. Okay, we'll restart. Debug, inspect expression, variable value. Ha. Cool. I mean, it doesn't actually change, but equals op var index equals var index. That's pretty cool. Okay, right, let's just do a couple of things like GUI show x window equals true. So that's just ready to go. And now when we change that to address, default W unreachable, what's happening here? 12 call stack. String full, okay, yeah. Proc address equals 0. Dwarf out type. I don't need that to be working for the moment, so that's not. Okay, that's kind of cool. I like that. To a variable. From drop down. We could compress that by putting like this assignment in here, but there'll probably be other stuff happening here in a bit. If we get to it. Okay. Right, so next we want to add one, put in, I guess, probably an unknown at the end. If array-len GUI explorer. Big button add up. Array push GUI expr up 0. So it should add an unknown. That needs a size. 2. Default size is fine. Let's see what we have next. Connect, add up. So I guess we could just do like this again, but plus. How do we want to do it? Eval. Maybe we want like an in-process one. Let's see, export up. Expert. Odd modified up, and then we want to pull all of this. Expert up mod. expr up mod. Whoops, what did I do? Function object, vars, expr expr up mod. Function object, vars, and then up mod function obj vars at GUI op mod mod. Maybe after all of these can have ig ig table next column. A set len GUI expr to op index. So you can't delete some and have everything after it not also get deleted. And then if the so we're going to have a result, so if anything changes, if begin combo result equals true, and then if anything changes, then going to delete everything after that one. Doesn't matter what happens if that changes. Push a 0 thing. Push that on and 0. Right, let's see how that looks. Okay. That's a little weird. I assume that's an ID problem. So we need to push and pop some ID stuff. Big push. ID pointer. Big pop ID. Oh, I got that. Can't just mention the function. You have to actually call the function. Cool. That looks more like it. We're just doing something weird with the addresses here, apparently. Gonna make these a bit shorter. Begin combo. I don't care that much. WhiteBox connect. What's wrong with that? That old chestnut. Right. Table headers row, egg table next column. Okay. Right, so we want to do a little bit of a fancy thing, right? So what options are available should actually depend on what the thing here is. So if it's a variable, Maybe not for now. Val dereference. What don't you like about? That's probably a dereference. Is that just a subvar thing? Explorer up type, GRF type data index. So we could do a little table. I mean, you could compress this into like a bit flag thing, but I don't really care about that too much at the moment. Bool. I'll do that in a sec. To do show only valid options. Okay, so we change to dereference. If opkind is expr op we need to get a subvar index whatever, don't we, really? Switch. Kind case. Expr op. Up subvar index equals whatever. As the one before that, except it's not always an index. Cool. Alrighty. GUI expression of index -1. Pointer up. Sub var next child. Sub var child of subvar index. Subvar's child of subvar's pointer up. Or I could just pass in the last. Don't want to do any of this in here. So we changed it. Switch up kind. Yeah. Right, so if we change to a case expert up sub var index equals vars sub var index address whatever offset whatever offset and dref should be the same actually. I think expert up member if we change to member type, then let's have a look. See, we want the member to be, sorry, I'm slowing down. It's kind of the end of the day, really. Expert push member server. I think I might want to make this an iterator. Subfiles, child, next child, yeah. Do you want to do the first child of next child? Expert PT type die. Okay, so we want to get okay, dwarf die type die equals p sub function object dwarf dot dies function object subvars dot p subvar index type die index. It's a bit of a mouthful. Okay, type die index. Right, so we don't need the die itself, we just want a size index. Index. I'm going to pass through that. I don't actually know whether it's needed, but dwarf type pass through dies. Next child. Member. I think that's it, kind of. Next child. Member subvar index subvar's child of comes to the rescue again. subvars. Subvars. Okay, that's yep, something's not handled. Member offset dereference. Variable offset member. Default unreachable. Op kind, expr op kind, stirs kind. Gotta actually make that an array. That seems fine. Just add a bit of coloring there. Okay, try rerunning that. Right, I think basically if this is not a member, then we're just gonna if well, we shouldn't have added it in the first place, really, but reset len. No, we can't do that. We just shouldn't have added it in the first place. Okay. Begin combo. Up kind. Expert op kind strings. No flags, none. Big end combo. Right. So we're going to do if op p that can go away. Right, so if bang op p right, if we don't currently have anything on, then if big selectable bool it's the only one what's it called? Variable. Expr kind strings expr up bar it's not already selected in GUI. Up equals expr up so we can set that to, sorry, just moving my standing desk down. If we didn't previously have an operation, we're going to set the operation to be the a variable, and it's going to be dot kind equals expr up var. And subvar is var 0. So basically only it's basically only in that situation when you can choose a var. And then let's just get the type die up p type die index. Dwarf die up p type die equals 0. P type die what do we want? We want the option of so if it's a member, if up p type die dot tag equals dw tag structure type, or class union then can you have a struct with 0 members? I don't think it lets you. Type index up p type index up or up. And then so we set the member die and the sub var index. Okay, so if p type dot tag dw tag pointer type, or p type dot tag equals dw tag array type. Actually, I should separate those. Member slash dref. Move that up there. For up dref. Yeah, I'm aware there's some repetition going on here. And can I set the member die directly? What am I trying to set here? The offset, which is 0. That's fine. Okay, those are pretty similar. Can't do an address currently. Offset drf member and var. Excellent. So this is only really if it can have, yeah, whatever. That's cool. Just resets to whatever. Okay, this is like not terrible. This is actually useful at this point. We just need to give some better data output. Okay, so we want this sample index. Yeah. Map wealth. Okay. A text expression. Okay, so we want expert eval. Okay, function object run. Right. So vars dies, expert data up. Ray Len. data size, so we got address, data size, change sample index. GUI expert sample index. I really need to compact these, I think. This is somewhat overkill, because it's all discoverable from a few basic things. Okay, intern data is function blah, 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 blah. Function object run, no. Run data, okay. Intern, all right, address. Cool. Let's see what you do now. Right, could actually print it. Out, is it? What do they call it? Oh, I could just use a high X profile. Progress strings join. Data. Xprval, express strings. Function object. Intern data. It's just all a bit of a faff, isn't it? All a little bit too much work for just printing out some data, because then I do it quite a lot. That really needs to be expanded a significant, compressed a significant amount. Okie dokie, let's try again. Value 6. D. D. Okay. Dereference, and I want to be able to. See that? Should look like star D, shouldn't it? Oh wait, plus, yeah. There we go. Cool. Let's give that a little bit of an optional value. We want to do ig input scalar. Set offset, use step 0, 1. New. I can't remember how it handles null. I assume it handles them. What was the phrase? Gracefully. D. Dereference to expression string. Shouldn't be any offset for a simple deref. How very dare you? That's just rude. Right, let's change how that works. Right, it's because the array length is considered to be longer than that. Okay. So we can try this again. But put that to 6. Variable d, dereference 2. Man, I got some good assertions in here, catching all the stupid mistakes. So offset is actually byte offset, not type size offset. So where am I? Right. So we're not going to do that. We're going to do equals index equals up offset divided by size type size equals type size sub var index dot type I really don't like this pattern of using indices instead of pointers. Type index is just a lot more cumbersome. Size set offset mod type size 0 I and then if we set it, then offset equals I times type size. Right, so we now have a little bit of a thing, so we can dereference. So we've got to make sure that that's a thing we want to set. And now we can dereference 1, maybe. Cool. I'm not actually sure how useful this is going to be. Oh well. It's useful to, like, I'm not sure it's going to end up being used in this format, but I think it will be useful for something. I mean, the real thing here is going to be actually just making a proper parser to take in this text, and then a sample, and then spit out whatever. Okay, so we've built the expression, and now I think we might want to do the, so we've got expert eval here. I think we want to go by like do all the types. Expert eval next. Do we have like a normal use of it? Data expert. Expert eval next. That looks most like it. Okay. Function object run data. App GUI expert value out. All right. Expert op 0. Change sample index. Sample index equals 0. Data size we've already got, and you can, no, it's fine. This, it can make more because this is just for demonstration purposes. Come on. GUI data tree next. So alright, do I not already have, I don't already have that. That's kind of amazing. We want where we want to put the string itself. Strings equals push. No, that's going to be scratch push. Function obj x per val intern data sample index indent turn pastures join x pushers null. Okay, so we can stop using this expressors. And then copy to the end. X per val string. I think it's something like that. Okay, let's try that. Okay, quickly rerun. Ignore that happened. Send ZU. Okay, that's quite fun. That's a little bizarre, that randomness. Dereference. Okay, I don't know what the hell's going on here. I'm assuming this is a no data crazy thing. Does my Scratch have... Okay. Right. Okay. So we're getting a garbage data thing. this might be after it returns and it gets like set to garbage. Okay, so what the hell is going on here? X3 file next has got something different going on, right? Just want a bit of a space there, just to show that they're distinct. Alright, so that's a fairly useful debug tool. It'll probably get elaborated on in a bit, and at some point this will turn into a proper text parser for stuff, but yeah, I'm gonna leave it there for tonight. Made some progress. If you're interested in finding out a bit more about WhiteBox, you can go to whitebox.systems. You can join the Discord, chat.whitebox.systems, and follow me on, Twitch and YouTube and Twitter. I think is linked in there as well. So, without further ado, I'm gonna be back. I'm trying to do a bit more streaming now. I've had a bit of a break off. I should be back probably early next week. So, until then, thank you very much for watching, and I will see you later.